鏡を見つめる僕を見下げているけど中には大きな力希望がある Maybe I'm a little young but you don't know what I've become Can't you see it in my face A demon living in disguise but you can see the killer in my eyes I've got a look you can't escape Living every day in your head for free. You can tap away, but I will not hear you scream. You can break your keys, spread your toxicity. Your world outside reality. In your room, a little hideaway, but you let it through. Enough to go insane, living in the dark. Hasn't treated you well, you're building your Did I brush you off? Is it your lack of friends? We never met, even if you pretend. Am I in your debt? I don't owe you nothing. Don't say something you'll regret. Hey, wait, don't waste it on me. Spy, lies telling you don't waste it
Boink, 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 boink.
So it seems like I've had my mic up all this time, which is great. But basically, if we're coming in right now, we have 2 teams, both Warped and Crimson, and they are both on the same amount of points, having 1 green wool and 1 blue wool each. Both Sams right now are traversing straight through Hell. This is literal Hell, which is the second place on the map, which is here. And it looks like to me that by them pushing ahead a bit, it's going to help give them some space and time. Crimson on this side, we have Sasha and we have Reese. Reese looks like he's going to be in a bit of trouble, considering he has no health at all. But might be alright, considering Sasha has just taken out most of the mobs over there. Yeah, Willow. This map has custom names for all the mobs and much other things. On this side, we've got Christian sending as many arrows as he can towards Sasha. That may not be the best use of time at the moment, but possibly later when this team has gone for the wall. So Sam is having a bit of a bad time, but then so is Sasha. I mean, it is literal hell, so what do you expect? Reese is probably deciding if he actually wants to jump down there. We will see what happens, I guess. On the other thing, though, most of the players are still back at the Desert Temple, which is the last zone we visited, apart from Sam, who's just decided to warp through here. But it looks like the other Sam is trying to shore up their infrastructure back to base and try and help the wall, which they will hopefully eventually collect and make it quicker. Sasha is enjoying bouncing around the stairs, and I don't actually know where Denethor is. Reese is, I believe Reese has decided to jump down. I don't expect he's going to be enjoying the lava that's around here. And yeah, I don't expect he's going to live long, not on 2 health. And gone. So that means that the Warp team are still ahead. Because if you look at them, both Sam and Sam are, well, alive. And that helps dramatically. With this passageway over here, they did it in the last zone as well, and it will help them get through to everything and make sure that the wall can get back safely. I also like the idea that the whole team on this warp side is actually here to try and help. Yeah, the alive strat is one of my favorites as well, Willow. I personally use it all the time, hopefully. So Reese is probably gearing up again because it's been a bit of a tough time for them on the Crimson side in the Nether area recently. It seems like Warped are just making a bit more progress, even if they are having to Zergrush a bit to do it. They are further along than Crimson are in completeness. Crimson at the moment aren't even seeming to push through the literal hell. There seems to be a bit of fun with Wallace and Christian, completely surrounded on 2 sides by a couple of piglins, which is not exactly a place you want to be. Possibly awaiting support though from what looks to be Sam up here, who's just been pushed from a high place. I guess the alive strat is not the strat they're playing. Across on this side, it looks like Crimson are finally coming back into literal hell, with Reese pushing the way. Over here, it just seems like Sam has just tried to make Crimson's side a little harder. And I would suggest that this Sam is probably fine, because even though he's out on fire, he's got plenty of health. Reese probably needs some backup, because even though there's no mobs over here, with the whole Warp team being over here, they'll have a much quicker time. of fighting through this literal hell bit. And again, that side bridge which they've already built is already proving useful because it helps cut out the majority of this area. The actual wall in literal hell is over in this corner over here, I believe. Oh, this is the blaze powder. That's the wrong side. So in literal hell, you've got the wool and the blaze powder, and the wool is obviously used to win, and the blaze powder is used to get through to the end zone, which is later on. So Reese doesn't seem to have any backup at all from Sasha and Deneth. I mean, one of them is in this zone somewhere. Ah, that's the red wall. That's where the red wall is. It seems like Crimson are having a bit of issue with coordination at the moment. I wonder why they're staying out of the portal a bit. I mean, Dennis up here might be doing some sniping, although in that position I reckon there's probably not much he can actually do. Maybe run interference for everyone coming through the respawn point, which is just through here. But not other than that, I don't see masses of use for that. Reese is going to armor up again, which makes sense considering he just fell from a high place like Sam did. Sasha is going for a push. It looks like the whole of Crimson is going for a push now, which could be very useful. The time at the moment is an hour and 23 minutes. So if we're looking to the schedule of the approximate time this should take, which is 3 hours, we should be expecting Woolens in the next 10-ish minutes. Although I don't expect that to be the case really, because if we look at both teams, neither of them are very close to the warp. I mean, Warped is still stuck on that interchange between the second and third floor. And considering that they need to get all the way over here, that's going to take them some time. Although saying that, it looks to me... Ooh, I like the exchanges between Reese, Sasha and Rest. They're probably just trying to delay them a bit, because at this point, with it being so even, if anyone can get to that wall even a few seconds before the other team, I just stall them for a bit, it could actually turn the whole game. So we have right now, what looks like Deneth, who's just on Sniper Brigade. Although I'm not sure that's the best place to stand for that, because it can only really target the next lane down, and not to an easy accuracy either. So we've got Sam coming through here. He's more than likely going to go down and help with Christian. It looks like they're going to have a bit of fun with these mobs down here. It kind of looks to me like they need some sort of like TNT. Crimson is actually catching up at this point. It looks to me like Sasha is very close to this hellhole that both Christian and Sam are having fun with at this point. Yep, there goes the TNT. Let's see what it actually does. Pretty much nothing. Maybe they might need another strategy. On this side, Sasha is getting close to this area. I'm guessing the plan is to knock this TNT down and see what they can do from there. That didn't really work on this side though, so this might be a bit of a stalemate again. And that'll be one down from this side. Christian's dead, which leaves only Sam on this side. Whereas on this side, it is only Sasha, but it looks to me like over here the rest of their team is coming. That will certainly help for the push to the end. And we have a bit of an interchange between what looks to be Sam and Sasha. I'm gonna guess that there's not gonna be too much done, although that was a nice shot from Sam. In fact, even more than that, that took out Sasha. Which means that Reese is now the forefront runner on the Crimson side. At this point, though, most of the Crimson team is closer to that end. An Explosion of Vet, I'm not sure it's going to do too much. Because of where it was, and because of their safe road down here, it should be pretty safe. Reese is now going for a fight with Sam, and will likely take him out, considering that Sam just decided not to move. Although, I think that Lava Slime is actually the star of the show. So over here we're back with Sam, and I don't actually know what his plan is. Because what they need to do is that they need to push further. Oh, I didn't realise. Down here we've got Other Sam, and Other Sam is making a bridge towards the next portal. So this next portal is for the next zone, which is the end zone, which is the Stronghold. And the Stronghold is again even more complicated and home to the next wall. But right now we're still in literal hell. I wonder if they will actually already use the obsidian, because they might have it with them. I know that Warps have the obsidian, but it depends. It looks like Sasha's having fun with the Magma Cube again. But on the Crimson side, they have breached that fall, which will help them a lot, because by taking out the spawner, amongst other things. Although it doesn't look like Reese is going to last much longer. Although surprisingly, he is still alive, and I'm amazed at that. I would have expected for a couple of hours to take him out. Looks like Deneth's going to have a bit of an issue up here with these skeletons. Although he seems to be dealing with it. That shield is helping dramatically. On this side, we have... Down here, we have Sam still fighting some Magma Cubes. Through here is the Blaze Powder down here. But they don't need the Blaze Powder yet. The Blaze Powder is useful to get into the Stronghold. Well, necessary to getting into the Stronghold. But right now, getting the wall is probably the priority. We're having a bit of a sniping match between probably Sam. Yep, Sam and looks like Reese down there. And we'll see what actually happens between the teams. But with Sam with that height advantage, that could be useful. Looks like Sam has decided to stay back with 6 health. My money right now is probably on Crimson, considering that all 3 of them are pushing forward. Even though Warped is slightly further forward, they've only got 1 player left in this little hell zone. Which, even though Sam's doing a decent job at trying to slow down the Crimson team are still pushing forward. In order to actually get to the wall up here, both teams need to go all the way up through these places down here, and that comes all the way from the bottom of the actual portal area. Which, if you actually look at the Warp team, they're already at, but they haven't figured out the route of getting to the wall. Warps are all together at this point, although Crimson are much further along in the course. They've got to get to the end, and then they've got to get back up again. And that's all they've got to do is get the wall. And then, of course, got to get it back. Reese has found a chest full of gold stuff. We'll see if he can be bothered to take any of it. Although they are wearing gold boots, which does make sense because this is literal hell and there are piglets. So Deneth is Deneth, I think, is just getting back to the team at the moment. Ooh, looks like we've just had a massive amount of kills. A couple on the Warp side and one from Reese on the Crimson side. So it looks like Warped are just trying to shore up their safe path along that road at the moment. Which is an idea, but considering how far Crimson are ahead, I don't think it should be the priority at the moment. Although Crimson do have the interesting thing that they only have 2 players in the literal zone at the moment. Was Warped have all of them. And we've lost Sam again.
Boink.
It looks like it's going to be a bit of a fight to get through the next bit. Cool, you're right. There is a hidden chest with a couple of good things in it as well. So the whole of the Crimson team is back at the start of the Nether area. It shouldn't be too much problem for them because it's all the way through. It's actually clear for them now. Although Warped, I don't actually know where they are at the moment. There's one player up here, which is Sam, but the rest might be across the rest of the map. Sam is going to try and take out looks like Reese. They've built themselves a quick fort. I mean, it will save them, but it will dramatically slow their progress, especially considering it's 2 people that are being held up there. And they can't get through this wall. This wall is bedrock. So they're gonna have to find a way of getting down and through. I've got no idea where the rest of the Warp team actually are. Because they seem to be, they're not down here. Ooh, found them. Right, so the Warp team are just a little ahead of where I thought they were. But Crimson is still at the forefront, with Sasha leading the charge. They've reached it to the portal. All they've got to figure out now is getting down and actually going across and up. But it'd be interesting if they actually figure this out quickly. So far, we are an hour and 34 minutes in, and both teams are pretty much equal. And it looks like the Warp team have gotten back to where they were and are still ahead, but they might be, both teams might be confused into actually how they get the wool. And Sasha's just been destroyed again, and that leaves over here just what looks like Reese to try and push them forward even a bit further. Now, here comes the interesting bit. Warped are back. Are they going to figure out where they need to go yet? I'm not sure they are. I think they're just creating a path until the portal. And neither team has yet realised that where they need to go is these planks up here and then going up here. We also have a bit of a firefight between Reese and I believe that's one of the Sams. Yep, it's Sam. To be fair, it's basically Team Sam against Crimson, right? So I mean, yep, it looks like Sam's just been defeated by Reese. That's going to push back Warped a bit because there's no checkpoints for anywhere near. And that's Sasha just burnt in lava. Both Dennis and Reese have made it to the portal, but they still haven't figured out where they need to go. I'm wondering if they will actually miss it for longer. Because yes, there's spawners through here and there's a bit more difficulty and another hidden chest. Which this one has stuff I can't see in because it's covered. But if they get to here, then they can get the wall before the other team. And that will help them with the next zone. It means that they won't be contested. They won't have to deal with PvP like they have been throughout the whole of this. I wonder if Rita has spotted that yet. I think he has done. I think he's probably going to start the way up to the climb.
Boink.
Which this pushes a Crimson slightly ahead now of Warped, because it means that now knowing where everything is, hopefully they dig up and actually figure out where everything is coming from and how to find the wall. On the Warp side, they're creating another safe path. They seem to have a habit of doing this, and it served them well, but it is a slow way of making progress. Especially considering the rest of this is already safe anyway. It certainly seems like Crimson have started to find their way up the tower. They've got a few opponents to go, of course, yeah, but when they do get up there... Ooh, okay, that's interesting. So the Warp team have decided to go through the portal and created the next area. That means that they're ready to get the next wall if they actually want to, which I wouldn't suggest they do at the moment, because I mean they could do, they could get it with like a zero competition from the Crimson side, but without getting the red wool, they will still be behind. Looks like Deneth is just trying to push up slowly. He's made a bit of progress, but not masses. Warp still haven't figured out how to actually get to the next wall. They might figure out that it's over here. And over here is still important. They still need the blaze powder. And that could actually help them in the long run. Because the blaze powder, that's a long way to go. And they are making their way across that way. This is Christian over here. Making another safe path. Again, same strat they've used all the way through so far, but it could be very useful. And has been very useful. Whereas on the Crimson side, they haven't opened the portal yet. Which isn't a problem because they do have the obsidian. But it does delay them a bit. Especially if they die and they actually lose the obsidian due to the Curse of Vanishing. This is a really interesting strategy from the Warp team over here, because going along the side like that is quite dangerous. One arrow can knock you off. Right, so we've got Reese and probably Sasha. Yep, Sasha. They now know where the direction to go up to the next wall is, so they're probably going to go for a full push with as many team members as they can. Ooh, interesting. They decided instead to set up the portal for the next area, which is the stronghold, as you can see from here. This means that both teams are technically tied at the moment in terms of progress. They still haven't discovered the way to get to the wall on the Warp side. I wonder if Sam actually will, or Sam's actually just going into the next area. Reese is having fun with the blaze right now, which is He's not actually far away from getting this hidden chest. And it'd be interesting because it means we get to see what's in it too. On this side, we have Sam trying to go above and beside the nether portal, which is, well, impossible. There's nothing there. There's actually just a bedrock wall. But there is, on this side, there is a chest with nothing in it. Sam's probably right now considering where to actually go. All they need to do is look at the Crimson side and figure out that all of the players are going to the same sort of area. But they may not have realised that yet. So, it looks like Reese is single-handedly making progress on the Tower of the Red. I don't like his chances at the top over here, because, as you can see, there's just lots of blazes. Blazes aren't exactly, especially that many, aren't easy to deal with for one person. So, on the warp side, they are all near the portal, but I still think they're confused into where they actually need to go. I really hope they figure it out soon. If they do look at the other side, they may notice this area where there's just no lava, which they don't have on their side. This is probably Reese. Yep, this is Reese. And Reese is still trying to actually get up to the top, and that's a good position to be. I feel sorry for Warped at this point, because they don't seem to have any idea. Unless their plan was to actually get round the top of everything and go down over there. Warped have finally found the tower and are finally in a chance for actually getting to the next wall. However, they spent a lot of time just wasting their chances of actually finding everything. And right now we are 1 hour and 45 minutes in, which means that we're probably expecting them to get the third wall sometimes very soon. I mean, Reese is within a few blocks, but probably taking a good few minutes to actually clean out this area over here, because there are quite a few blazes and a bunch of lava and lots of things you don't want to deal with. So I wonder what the Warp team are actually planning on doing at this point. Because they still haven't really breached their way up into the tower. Whereas on the Crimson side, they are pretty much there. And I expect what's going to happen is that the Crimson's going to be able to, from this point, actually generate quite a big lead. And that is not exactly a good thing in terms of the Warp side. Right, so we have got Reese still near the tower. I expect he's going to try and push through his blazes soon. Warped have finally realised where they are going and are having a bit of a fight with probably... oh, it's Deneth. Having a bit of a fight with Deneth. Deneth got a nice idea of just jumping and taking shots, which means that he's a low-profile target. Although all it's doing is breaking Sam's shield, nothing else. Like, Sam's even specifically like placed himself in somewhere where it doesn't matter if he gets shot. And we have another shooter up here, which is another Sam. I'm guessing at this point that armor isn't too much of a problem. Sasha's just having a problem with a reset up here with the blazes, which will hold them back for a bit. But I suspect that they will still be taking the lead even after that. So we're looking right next to the tower now, and they're still having to fight through those blazes. Or should I say, magma elementals. But Warped just don't seem to be making any progress. Apart from, like, getting here in the first place, they haven't made any progress since. And considering they have the whole tower to get up through, they aren't going to find this easy. I think this is the point where we actually see Crimson fully pull away. Possibly even to the point where we might be a wall ahead for a prolonged distance. And we're nearly an hour and 50 minutes in. And 2 walls have been gotten from either team, which means that it's getting to be a bit of a struggle at this point. Reese is trying to actually fight blazes, having a bit of fun with the fire, but and down here it looks like a Warp actually having some fun now and actually getting somewhere, which is useful. The kind of thing that they need to be doing for a while, but they obviously just both got killed. I mean, I'm expecting at this point for Warp to be about 10 minutes behind. Yeah, you're right, Willow F. I mean, Deneth is not having fun right there. There's an excessive amount of blazes. I don't expect he's going to survive much longer. Excessive amount of blazes. I love that Reese is just hiding in the corner as well, just not caring. It's like, this is not my battle. Doesn't matter because they die too. So I guess we're back to the drawing board then. For both teams. And down here we have Warps getting back to the tower. Crimson are a bit behind, it seems. But obviously they're ahead in terms of the tower, so it isn't going to make much difference to that. Sam's just died again. I feel like the death scoreboard is going to be very interesting at the end of this match. You've got Sam up here, who is the only person on the Warp team who's actually trying to push up the tower. But to be fair, at this point, the Crimson team, I don't even know where they are. They don't seem to be close to the tower at all. Oh, we do have someone down here who is probably going for the Blaze. Or was going for the Blaze before Sasha got burned. It seems to have flipped again. I don't expect that this is going to make much time up for Warped, but it does seem like, at least at the moment, they are making time instead of losing it as they have been doing throughout the rest of the match, or at least during this bit in literal hell, anyway. We've got the Warp team over here with just going through literal hell and just trying to get to possibly trying to get to the actual blaze powder, which would be a good idea and would help them in the long run. Christian is a good person for that as well, because throughout this match he seems to have done a really good job. But saying that, all of them have done a really good job. All players, all 6 players. Up here we've got Sasha coming back in, probably for another round at the tower. Have a good one, Willow. Enjoy your night. So Reese and Deneth are both going probably with Sasha to try and get up the tower. Obviously they've got it safe pretty much all the way up to the top at the moment. Apart from the actual top bit, which is still going to be a problem for both teams. It is interesting, though, that neither team have decided to take out the targets, because that could help to slow down the other team. And Sam's been killed again by his cluster. Seems to be a bit of a grind at the moment. So it looks like Warped are finally actually getting up the tower. Thank goodness, because otherwise they were going to have a massive problem, because they were just going to be taken out by Crimson. Crimson's just been so much quicker at this point, especially in literal hell. I wonder what's the problem with Sam. I wonder why he was hurting her. Possibly on fire? Both Deneth and Reese are going back up to the top to try and have a good fight with those blazers. Looks like Sam is ready to breach the next entrance. And it looks like Christian is possibly going for the Blaze Powder, which would still be a good use of time. Especially considering Crimson hasn't got the Blaze Powder yet. So Reese has breached the compound where all the blazes are again, and it's possibly going to try and just take the tower. At this point, Warp are getting very close to being equal to Crimson, and I suspect that within the next few minutes we might see them narrow that margin which they've had. Yeah, it looks like they're going up the tower right now. Deneth is going straight for the actual red wall, which means that we could now see Crimson actually get to the point where they are going ahead. And that'd be nice to see, because that will mean that the stalemate that we've had for the last however long, last half an hour, could actually end. So Deneth is just going throughout the blazes just to try and get there. They haven't reached the red wall cage yet, and I expect those blazes are still going to be a problem. I don't see them making life any easier for the time being. Down on the warp side, they are not enjoying the blazes either. I think these blazes are gonna be the biggest problem. Ooh, it looks like they are actually going for the targets across on the other side. They're gonna take out the support tower for the warps. That's just gonna make Warp's life even harder than it already is. They are very close though to actually getting to the red wall, and when they do, they're gonna have a time actually getting it back. I don't see it being easy getting through all those blazes. So Sam is going down here. I wonder if anyone's going to go for the blaze powder. Like Deneth might be going for that. Ooh. Reese just got absolutely kicked off there. No one's actually gotten to the wall rooms yet, but it wouldn't exactly be a long time. That should make it a bit easier for both teams to actually get through. They've been stuck on this part of the map for a good half an hour now, so... It does look like, though, Christian is very close to getting the blaze powder. That's going to help them dramatically for the next round. And that is the first progress we've had in a long time. That makes life very interesting, because that now means that Warped are technically ahead. Although, I still see it being very quickly that Crimson actually get this red wall now. It looks like Deneth is going for another attempt at the tower power. Hopefully this time they manage to get to the wall. Oh, it looks like Warps have got to the wall first. That is quite amazing. I am surprised. I am totally amazed that they managed to get the wall. It looks like Sam's just going for an excessive amount of wall, which is fine, I guess. I'm also amazed that he hasn't been shut off yet by however many blazers there are there. I think it might just be a rush for the wall and just get out. And I also believe that down here we've got Christian fighting a boss with the Everflame. And King Squishy doesn't seem to be having too much fun with this. I think Christian's probably got this. Especially with the strategy that they've developed of having the wall over there. They've just got to get this wall back. It's not going to take them too long, I don't think. On this side as well, they're going for the wall, and this will hopefully reduce their frustration with this area and allow them to move on to other places. Deneth's still having a bit of a fight, and my goodness, I've got a lot of blazers on this side. It's just got to get this wall back. That's all they're going to do. And I'm pretty sure that they can do that. Deneth is still having trouble over here with this corner. It looks like, though, they are slowly pushing their way upwards. All they got to do with that room is get the wall and get out. That's it. And I don't expect that Warped are going to give them too much trouble on that, especially not at the moment, when they're just trying to get their wall home. So all Warped have to do is get all the way back, and I don't see Crimson trying to fight that. Because Crimson have the bigger issue of actually trying to get to this wall first, next. And Deneth is really trying, and he is getting there. He is dead, but they are making progress every time they die. And I think that it is possible that they can get that wall pretty soon. I mean, so far we are 2 hours and 7 minutes into this game. And it looks like Warped have managed to, from somehow, managed to bring back a lead, which is amazing considering how far they were behind. Like, Sam, I believe, has got the wall here, and Sam's just got to get back. And even though he's got no health, unless something really bad happens, I think they'll be alright. Deneth, though, could actually take him out if he wanted to, but hasn't noticed. So I believe they're just letting that wall go. So I'm guessing that Christian has got the blaze and is just trying to get back with that safely. That red wool is now going back home to the warp side. And considering that they're now in the desert temple, I reckon that they're probably not that much further to go. Although saying that, I cannot see them. That's why, because they're in the web zone. They've got the wall over here. And Sam's got 2 health. He's better not fall now. If he does, this would be devastating. Although it does look like the other team might actually try and block him. This would be interesting. I don't think they will, though. I think they're too late. I think that is the 3rd will for the warp team. And that now means that they can now focus on another area as well. They no longer have to have any issues with that horrible hell zone that they were at. They can now go to the next zone, which is the stronghold. And the stronghold hopefully will be a bit easier for them, because frankly Literal Hell has been a bit of a difficult slog for both teams. And that also means, though, that at 2 hours and 10 minutes, the warp team now has 3 walls. And are technically winning the competition. Reese just burned to death again. I'm guessing that both teams are going to really want to be out of this zone very quickly. It's not exactly been fun for either team. And that also means as well that all of the warp team is now in the stronghold, which is quite the feat. And it means that if they collect the next couple of even if they make their way a few blocks further forward, it does help. I mean, all they've got to do in this zone is collect the wool, and that's it. This zone. And this zone, luckily, still contains lava, but it's a lot less lava than before. I feel so sorry for the Crimson team right now. They're doing so well, and now they're having a really rough time of it. I do believe though that they are very close to getting the wall. This is the closest that they got, and it's incredibly close. Like, the wall was there. Looks like Reese is going to give it another go. Hopefully this time he makes it. Crimson's got the blaze powder. They've got a boss to fight, but as we saw from the warp side, it isn't too bad. But I'm more interested in seeing how Reese copes with everything up here. I think Reese has got that wall. I don't think there's anywhere that he doesn't. As long as those blazes behind him aren't too much of a problem. Go on, Reese. And that's one wall for the Crimson side. We just got to get it back. But it isn't exactly going to be easy in any way. Considering everything they've already got, I think Reese should be able to do it. There you go. I believe that is good. I believe that means that Crimson finally have a will. And that will even it up from 2-3 to 3-3. While that's happening, let's go and have a look at the stronghold and see what's happening over on the warp team. The warp team have made it over here and are having a bit of fun with pillagers and an arrow which for some reason is constantly flying. It must be nice to have a change of scenery for them, especially sporting their colours as well. As you can see with this one, there's lots of verticality. There's a long way to fall if you fall, but you also have to as well. Like down here is this is where you must put your blaze powder into in order to actually get to the next zone, which is the end zone. And the end zone is the final part of this map. And as you can see, the end moon is it's quite a big zone where you have to go all the way around the end moon to get the purple warp, and then all the way back home. Having a bit of fun with shulkers over here, I see, with Sam. Whoever seems to be the scout of the group, trying to push forward the lines of the whole of the warped team. On the Crimson side, it looks to me like they're starting on the stronghold, which I guess the answer to that is finally. That's a very good thing. Wonder if they've managed to take the blaze powder yet. It looks like Sam is going through the face and trying to get down. It's a very long way down for this map though. But he is on the way. So over here, we are in the stronghold zone with Deneth. And Deneth is going up through the top of the stronghold, which it's a good way of starting. Didn't go for the portal that time. There you go. So King Squishy is still having problems on this side, causing issues. It looks like Crimson are likely to get their wall back sometime very soon. I would be amazed if they didn't get this wall back, considering how much effort they put to keep everything clean. Although I am not sure that they actually have their wall nearby. It's possibly still in the sandy area. Reese was the one who picked up the wall, so I'm guessing that he's just taking it home now. And that's it. That's back to base. All they've got to do is put it on the monument. That makes it 3-all. Which means there's only 2 walls to find for each team. And that's it. And now we've just got to get back to the front and see how they're doing right up there. So on the warp side, they've got all 3 of their teammates in the stronghold, which is probably gonna be fighting them a further advantage than they've already got. But considering how we've seen the game go so far, we could see Warps lose their advantage quite quickly, and then Crimson make a good showing of fighting back. It looks right now they've got 2 teammates on the Crimson side, and on the Warp side they've got all 3 of them, and they're quite far down. They're down to the bottom of the whole zone. There's lots of gold and diamond blocks behind here, which is why there's lots of explosives. The end portal is also pretty close to Sam as well, so he might be able to get everything ready to sort that. But for that, they also need to, as we're shown on the map, they also need to get some ender pearls from the top of the tower, which is all the way up there, which I'm guessing Kristen is doing right now. Then once they have the ender pearls and blaze powder, they can actually make the portal to the end zone as well. Warp team has just found the ender pearls. Deneth is in a chest full of arrows. Going for the spawner over the Pillager, which makes sense. Looks like he's got a Starburst there. Starbursts are a multi-shot weapon, and they fire like a machine gun until you run out of ammo. I think there's every possibility that Crimson could go back from this, but Warped are having a field day so far. Even if Kristen is having a bit of fun with Vexus. Dennis is just looking to see where the wall actually is, and he needs to go all the way down this one here, which the blue team hasn't done either, and neither team is going for the yellow wall at the moment. I don't think they necessarily know where they're going, but there is a spawn zone down here. It looks like Reese is gone into the spawn zone and isn't too far away from going up to the wall. And we have Reese going up for the wall right now, having a bit of a fight with all this fun that's in here. And at the same time, we have Sam doing exactly the same thing. I don't expect this is going to be as close as the last one. I reckon that the Warp team might be a bit ahead because of the Ender Pearl that they already have. Obviously, that's actually one of the only differences between the two teams at this point. But Crimson are definitely on the back foot. Also interesting as well that Crimson still have a player in the literal Hell Zone as well. It's a lot of blazers. That's a massive amount of blazers. Especially compared to the other side. The Vexes aren't too bad, but that's a lot of blazers. I think he's probably okay with it though, because lots are falling through the hole. So good luck, Reese. That looks like it's going to be fun. And even just to help that, on the other side, we've got Sam with arrows, just making life a little bit harder for Reese over there. Which, good luck, Reese. To be fair, he's actually making it past the blazers without taking any damage, which is quite amazing. There's a box over here which blows up their diamond supply, which isn't exactly fun, but it shouldn't reduce their effect too much. Sam's still going for Reese. Although I think Reese is safe now. Or safe-ish. That's a lot of blazers though. But he's dealing with them very well. Yep, Reese has dealt with all the blazers. And that's not been fun for them. So intriguingly, another horde of like diamonds and gold has been blown up by the warp side as well, on the Crimson side. Reese has now died, but luckily the respawn point isn't too far away. I believe there's going to be a lot of fighting between. It looks like Sam just got absolutely annihilated by Vindicators. And these little bog creepers as well. There's a lot of phantoms, many just trying to fly between the void. That's the Vex over there as well. Reese is having a lot of fun just being a hedgehog in the air. Let's see what Deneth's doing. Deneth is, right now, he's at the absolute top of the tower for, probably trying to find the Edit Bells. And then Sasha. It's probably still trying their best to get the Blaze Powder, which, yeah. So Deneth is just going for masses of firepower, just seeing if he can try and hit Sam, who just got taken out by the Shulker over there. So we have Christian over here, who just, we know got the Ender Pearl. As long as they've got Blaze Powder as well, they can get to the portal and do that. So that might be his plan. And right now we're nearing we're over the 2.5 hour mark, which means that we should have about half an hour, 45 minutes left. Looks like Reese has just been absolutely annihilated by villagers. Oh my goodness, there's a lot here. I believe they think they're in control of the tower. Reese is luckily spawning quite close though. In terms of the wall, both teams are not a million miles away. They can certainly get there if they get a good bout of luck and a bit of skill. So Christian is going straight for the portal. The end portal is now open on the warp team, which means that they can now get to the actual warp zone, which, if you look at the end zone, it's quite a different style from the rest of the zones. You get everything from like floating pigs to everything else. So that means that Warped are definitely ahead at this point. By having that zone open, it will save them a good amount of time that they could have spent opening up. And Crimson, as long as they've still got the Blaze Powder, they may be in a decent shape. Especially if they can get this wall quickly. That would be nice for their team. It looks like Christian is just seeing where the yellow wall actually is. I don't suspect you can just jump off and break the glass and jump in or something like that. But you might be able to land in the lava if you really timed it perfectly. But even then, that might not be survivable. Reese is having a fun time with all those pillagers. He seems to have mostly emptied it out by this point though. Just going for every single potion that you can get. And the Warp team are having a bit of fun by Vindicators. Dan has fallen out of the world. Luckily, a very different set of challenges in this part of the map as well, which will hopefully make life a bit easier for them. It looks to me like Reese could be close to actually getting to the actual zone just before the warp. In here it's like a table and chest and all that stuff. There is a pillager army down here, which might be difficult to deal with, but it shouldn't be impossible. As long as he realizes that he needs to be halfway up, then he can get through. But he's probably just trying to take out those pillagers right now. On the warp side, we have Christian in the safe waypoint. Reese looks like Porcupine right now. It doesn't help that he's still having pillagers that were random, although he is enchanting his armor and his weaponry, which could be a very good use for the next battle coming along. It looks to me like Sasha just got destroyed by Shulker. It looks to me like Crimson might actually be, in terms of getting to the yellow wall, they might be further ahead. The whole of the warp side are they're trying to get more resources and get themselves better for the next few battles coming along. Also interesting as well that the Crimson side haven't picked up their Starburst yet, which could be a very good way of actually fighting. Not Crimson, the Warp side. Ooh, this is intriguing. Warped are starting to go down until the actual yellow wall. I think this could be anyone's game still. I think the thing that might be the big separator is the fact that the Warp team already have the end end moon already open. The Crimson team are still having to do that. Obviously, they're at least in the right area, and in terms of actual time, it didn't take long for Christian to get the Ender Pearl by himself, so it should be alright for Crimson too. Reese is having a very fun time right now. Just totally full of pillagers. He's on 9 hearts though, so he might be able to hold them off, though it's not looking likely. If he does, it'll be amazing. And he's gone. Right here, we've got Reese going back for another round. We have, however, got the Warped actually being close to the Yellow Wolf now. This is interesting because this is the closest any team has been to the Yellow Wolf. Reese hasn't yet decided if he wants to go in there. I mean, there's lots of Pillagers, Vexers, and all the horrible things, and Vindicators. But it might be to the Warped team advantage now just to try their best to go and get that Yellow Wolf as soon as possible. Especially now they've got 2 players in there. I wonder if Crimson's priority is to try and get that Ender Pearl instead. That wouldn't surprise me. Because Sasha and Deneth maybe could be trying to get the Ender Pearl. Well, where even is Deneth? I believe Deneth there in quite a precarious place, right at the edge of the map. Does he actually have the Ender Pearl though? Because if he doesn't, then this isn't that useful yet. Unless he's trying to clear it out for later, which could be useful. Now he's going to drop sometime soon because he's got the float from the Shulker. On the other side, they have started building their way up. And that's a very good thing. But they are going to have fun with that lava. There's obviously a few ways you can do it. You can like block out the lava, or you can have some sort of like fire resistance. Either way, I wouldn't call it fun. Considering where you have to go, you actually have to go into the lava. You have to go into the lava. Have to go into the lava and then all the way through this horrible lava hellscape. Which isn't going to be fun or easy for anyone. So it's into the lava. And then round. Absolutely hellscape, which is pure lava. On the other side, it looks like Reese has gone into the fight of all fights, fighting literally everything. Oh my goodness, I feel sorry for the Crimson team. That is excessive. And then on the Warp team, they need to make their way up there, which won't be easy. I mean, they're only fighting so efficient ones, so it's not like they're having too much of a problem. And Pillagers, apparently. I think Reese is going to have a lot more issue, though. Oh my goodness. I think it's right for Reese to run away from that. That is horrific. I mean, it's not like Reese can't do this. It's just a lot of enemies to deal with. Especially considering where like everything is as well. There's lots of food down here at least. On the other side, the Warped are actually making a play for the Warp. Now, this is where I'd probably be very confused. Because as a player, where would you go? Because of course you have to go through the lava. But how do you do that? As we've seen from the inside, it's not exactly what we call easy either. You've got to get all the way round to the back. And then you can finally get up and round and through. And once you're through, you get the yellow wall, but you've got to do it all the way back again. Reese is just being absolutely swarmed at this point. Amazing at how well he's doing. And that was the whole of the Crimson team just being lost. Luckily, Reese isn't far from the spawn point, so it doesn't matter too much. But that is an amazing, amazing problem. Sasha just fell off again. Deneth isn't exactly having fun with those skeletons. I believe Sasha's trying to make her way down. Their way down. If Sasha can make their way down, then they can go up the tower and get the ender pearl before it's too late. Oh, this is intriguing. That is quite amazing. Sasha managed to get onto the cobweb from the side. Holy hell, that's incredible. That's quite the play. This could actually turn out really interestingly. What they've done is they made like a lava tunnel all the way up, which is totally fair because they didn't place that block there. And Sam's got fun with silverfishes on the side. I think Sasha's probably going to go try again. That was quite... Sasha is going for the play right now. I think if Crimson actually hold this off, they could actually have something in the bag here. They could save a whole portion. And as long as Reese holds this section well enough, then they could get that wall back pretty safely. Whereas, as always, Warped has gone for a much slower, more refined approach. Both approaches are just totally different styles. I don't actually know if there's going to be a better style, but we'll see in the end. I really do like the idea that Sasha, that they are trying to just skip a whole section. Interesting, because Sam is very much going to try and take out Sasha, which worked really well. But now there is like this leak here. It can be easily like dropped into by Sasha. I expect this yellow wall is going to be very close. I think the difference between the whole game is going to be pretty much come down to the actual opening of the ender pearl portal. There's an excessive amount of silverfish and shoot for both teams. It'd be intriguing if Sasha decides to do the same thing again. Looks like they have. I really do like this play because even though it's the kind of thing that's very high risk, it could save them a lot of time. Intriguing as well because we're getting a bit more PvP now because Christian is obviously trying to stall them a bit. So Sasha, if she can actually pull this off, this will be amazing. Obviously that is not allowed. Right. So, it's gonna be very close. But yeah, we can't have Sasha building outside the lane. That's just not fair. Not in the rules. It's very intriguing because it seems like the Warp side have decided just to stall. Decided to take a bit of time. And it's doubly intriguing because now Reese owns the whole of this area. That's an interesting play from Reese. I wouldn't have called it the best, but sure. I'm fine with Sasha jumping. That's totally fine. Let's see if they do it again. The building on the side, which they can't do. So on the warp side, it's going to slowly block it off, which is certainly a play. Probably the safest way of doing that. Sam is just doing fight spot at this point. Probably trying to get Reese, who was down here, I believe. Reese is finding a problem with that. That's fine. Deneth is probably going for the Ender Pearl right now, which is right at the top. And as just a quick time check, we're now on 2 hours and 52 minutes. Reese is being absolutely peppered by arrows right now from both Sams. Crimson has just found the Ender Pearl, which means that everything is now equal. Well, pretty much. They're just going to get into the stronghold, which isn't too bad. They're going underneath anyway, which I think it should be fine. I mean, obviously they're still going to get absolutely shot to bits by Sam. Although that lava will sort them out real badly. Do we expect Sam to live? Yes, we do, but that will give some time for Reese to actually make some defenses, which he decided to not do. He's just going straight up, which is alright. It's incredibly close. It's still incredibly close. And right now we are, of course, within the stronghold zone, which is the second to final zone of this whole map. That is an amazing, amazing jump from Sasha. They just jumped all the way from the top to the bottom. I love how that secret entrance is just death. How close are they on the warp side to actually getting to yellow? They're not very far away. I expect they should be able to get there soon. So, on the Crimson side, they need to get up and need to get through the lava, that's it. Take them some time, but it shouldn't take too long. Sam has got an interesting shot. That was a lot of explosive. My goodness. Was that the plan? So Sam and the warp team are getting up to the top. Sam and Christian are pretty much there. Right at the yellow wall. On the Crimson side, they're not far off either anyway. So it's still going to be close. It's also interesting as well because they're using TNT on this side to build, which means that one explosive could make that much more difficult. They've got to the yellow wall on this side. They've opened the end portal on this side. This is close. Sam is right into the yellow wall right now. He's got to get back though, which isn't going to be anywhere near easy. And there's been a bit of an explosion above. That doesn't look like it helped. So it's just for Crimson to actually get up and go through. They've got the portal. If they decide to go to the next section. They might do, they might not. We're getting plenty of yellow again for Sam. You might find what they're doing on the Crimson team is they're trying to stop that movement of the wall. Shouldn't be a terrible plan. Especially considering they've now got it out in the open. And a good archer could take them out and force them to just stay back a bit. Obviously both of them have the wall. But could help if someone from the Crimson team managed to get a shot on. I like the idea of the ladder, and it's nice positioning of the ladder as well. It's nice on the back side. I'm probably out of stained glass on both teams as well. So they're probably running out of building materials. My goodness. Explosions everywhere. So Sam's fallen out the world, and that leaves Sam and Christian. we're now getting shot at quite well by Deneth. The Starburst. He's managed to miss that target, unfortunately. Oh, this could be fun. They just managed to get past. Amazingly, they managed to get past that. Says that TNT isn't the best building material, but they have banked a wall there. I mean, Christian has to still go up through mostly unguarded places as well, and I'm guessing that that Deneth is probably not gonna enjoy letting you go free. Guessing there's gonna be lots of Starbursts. On the other side, it looks like Crimson are pretty much at the yellow, so I expect that to be going home soon too. And the time right now is about 3 hours, and that means that both teams are likely to have 4 walls by about 10 minutes time. I'm guessing, yes, they both have wool, and they're both planting wool as they go. Which is a very, very clever way of doing it. So Deneth has probably got a problem now because he is out sniping range. In terms of Sasha, let's see how they are doing on the wool. They aren't that far away. I've got a bit to go, but it isn't that far. Like, just round here and then get there. And Sam is probably just trying to get back safe. Especially considering Warped are now both in literal hell. And that means that they've probably got that all back. I'll be amazed if they didn't get this all back. Interesting, because King Squishy is still on this side, but both have actually opened the portal to the end. So, yes. It's still intensely close. Like, the only difference is about half a wall, which they can make very quickly, both teams. Like, let's see if Sasha can actually make it through this time. There's not much further to go. They've gotten all the way up to here. Which isn't much further. So Sam's fallen out of the world, which is interesting, because I believe Sam was one of the bearers. Probably not, though. No, Sam wasn't. Right. Let's see if the actual wall bearers are getting close. They're not too far away, they've only got 2 more places to go past. They should be able to get this. Deneth is having a tough time. And Sam has not got far to go before he's at the end. But there are still shots coming in from the Crimson side. This is unexpected. This could make life much more interesting. All they've got to do is knock the wall bearers. That's one. Now, he's still going, but he's in a very bad position. And he's placed a wall there. There's just a way to hold it. We do still have what looks to be an absolute machine gun of absolutely peppering them with Starburst on this side from Deneth, and we're still going. It looks like that they might just clutch the wall. Look at these shots from Deneth. It's constant shots. They've not got much further to make it. Blew up, explosive behind them. Explosive arrows are really, really good. They're just making life more difficult. There's not much further to go. It looks like Christian is gonna place that wall. 4 walls. 1 wall left for the Warp team, 2 walls left for the Crimson team. That's really strange. There seems to be a hole in the wall where you can get to this empty zone. Nothing in there though. Now, Crimson aren't that far from getting that yellow wall. And I wholly expect them to get it back in a reasonable amount of time. We're over 3 hours at this point. But we'll see how well they continue to do. But obviously Warped are winning this one by far. Intriguingly, so obviously the last of the zones is the End Moon, and intriguingly, it seems that some of the Warped crew are already there. In fact, all of them are already there. So we might find that the end is relatively quickly. So all of the Warp team are here, which this is the start of the End Moon. They're looking to get all the way over here, and then they want to get to this wall here. Means they're going to go all the way through the End Moon, and then they've got to make it home. Once that's done, that's everything done, and they win the game. We're having a bit of a fight right now between what looks to be Reese and the crew from Warped. They're just using normal arrows at the moment, which makes sense, because obviously there's not much of a battle here, and there's more important things. Alright, let's get back to the front. So the Reese is right at the top of the End Moon, and we've got the rest of the players going through the End Moon right now. Crimson still haven't got their yellow warp yet, which is slightly concerning. But they are very much making progress towards it. Deneth is now going for that yellow warp. Little does he know, he doesn't actually have that much further to go. But it is a bit of digging around. Now let's go back to the end zone and see how they're doing up front. So on the warp side, I believe they're still having a war between the warped and Reese. And Sam's just fallen off. They've made stairs though all the way down to the bottom. But they are now fighting with Evil Gus. Reese has apparently made some artwork. Let's go and have a look. Aha, of course. It's just explosives. Let's go back to see how Sasha is doing. Or is it still Deneth up here? It is Deneth. Who's intriguingly playing glass in both hands. It should just be able to go up now, so I hope they can get the wall soon. Reese is still causing interference, as well as Sasha too. Both is causing interference right now. Sam is trying not to get hit by anything. Down there, to be fair, he should be safe. Is also being 3 hours and 12 minutes, and there's only one wall to go for the warp team, 2 for the Crimson team. And Starry Ash is trying their best to still make life a misery for Sam. Though Sam has the Starburst, which is quite a powerful weapon, as you've just seen. I mean, Deneth has a Starburst as well, but we don't know how many arrows it's got left. Sam's got to be careful as well, because those flaming arrows could cause a few issues. But this isn't really worth anything though. These are worth more. Like, these team players that further down, like if Reese can get further in, like down here we have Sam, and Sam is at least in terms of length, he's quite far ahead. Let's see how Deneth is doing. got 2 flying things first, though. Lots of flying things. Let's see how Deneth is doing. So, Deneth is pretty much there. He doesn't have that much more to go. Just needs to go up. I hope he realizes that and finds that out. Then we go back to Sam. Sam has got himself a little bunker in the middle of one of the moons. And they just totally blown up the crimson side of the end moons. There's still a lot to play for, because if Deneth can get that wall reasonably quickly, and then Crimson can actually get to the end of the end moon, they can win. It's certainly not impossible. The thing about this as well is that this is all underwater, so they're gonna have to do some underwater sprints. Deneth is slowly making his way up. I don't think he's quite high enough yet. He might be just trying to work out where it actually is, which is pretty much already there. Like, if he does this block, he could get there very quickly. I'm going to allow this because they're so far behind. That's fine. And then if we go back to the front with Sam, Sam is going through the moon right there. They've still got a reasonable, well, a massive distance until they get to the actual moons themselves. But they've got to get everything first, back first, for that anyway. Well, saying that, we have a few people over here that are into nearly at the respawn zone, which would be Sam and Chris. Sam and Kristen are pretty much already at the respawn zone, which is cool. On the other side, we've got Sasha, they're coming. Sasha is coming. They aren't too far away. They've got the gas to deal with, but they are at least close to the moon. We've got no players back at the start, it seems. Oh, yes, we do. We've got Reese having a fight with probably Sam. Yep. And then we have another fight over here with Sam again. Sam's still trying to go for Reese. They're basically holding each other back at this point. I'm more interested though into what's happened with Deneth. Does Deneth still have the yellow wool? He certainly opened it up. I don't think he does. Right, on the Warp team, they are making a bit of progress into the End Moon. I don't know how far they need to go. They probably need to do 2/3 of it to continue. They've got Lytras now, which helps them a bit. And will certainly help them just get through things. Like, this is Kristen here. Kristen is just trying to actually fight through the End Moon. Got to go do the underwater bit, which is reasonably long and contains many obstacles. And then when you get out the other side, you're going to turn back on yourself again, go through the eel, and turn back on yourself again for another underwater bit before you get to the wall. So there's still a fair amount that warps need to do if they wish to get that wall. Both Reese and Sasha are going ahead. If they can possibly get to the wall, that would help them dramatically. And they've only got Deneth to try and get the other one. Deneth has got a 1-foot talon flag on the back. Sam is coming more slowly this time. He's been the full runner for the rest of the other parts. That is amazing. I would be amazed to see if that actually worked. Because if you have an Elytra, that's totally fair. They'll have Elytras all the way through now. Because you can pick up an Elytra in this part of the map from the top right hand point. We are nearing 3.5 hours at this point, and both teams are still going strong. Crimson do need to get 2 more walls, whereas that isn't necessary for Warped. Warped only need 1. It is a very interesting way of going around the map for Sam. The clever thing would be to go just below, but I guess they're already there. Because this looks like, yeah, looks like Warped are already here. Right, so we aren't far off finishing this map at this point, because we are. Christian is pretty much at the point of where you can get the wall. So to me, this looks like it could be a warped win. Although there's still a bunch of guardians and all that fun stuff to deal with before anything else. And Christian's also drowning as well, which doesn't help him. It's like this. Go back to the front. And Christian, and we can see he's very close to getting to the purple wall. So they've got to the purple wall now, but they need to get it back. It's also nice to know that I'm guessing this is going to be Deneth that's getting it back. But they've got the yellow wall now, which is nice to know. That's a very nice thing. It means that they can still win. I don't expect the Crimson 2. But to be fair, if Sasha just goes round the edge, they can get to the purple. So then Sam is still going through. Sasha right now is at the start. Sasha isn't far away from getting that purple. If Sasha can get that purple, then I think you can see Crimson win. Because Crimson have player back at the start now, which I'm guessing means that they're not far from depositing their wall. And Crimson just got the purple wall. This could be very close now. This could be extremely close now. That means they've just got to get them back. And they could win. Either team could win. This is amazing. They've just got to get their walls back. I think Reese is just defending Deneth from getting to get the wall back. The interesting thing is that both walls could be gotten by Crimson in the next few minutes. This is amazing. First, we've got Deneth with his wall, and when Sasha with theirs. Deneth doesn't have far to go. Deneth is going to deposit their wall. And then all we've got is one more wall left, which I believe Sasha has. All Sasha has to do is get it back. That is all they have to do. That is all Sasha has to do. That's it. Nothing else. Not that's an easy task at all, but that's all they have to do. Sasha, they just have to get back. Which to do that, they just have to get up and over and through, and then hope that their team can support them. This is quite amazing. How about on the Warp team? How are they doing? Well, they're in the giant mouth at the moment. With Sam. That's the closest I think they've got to actually getting the Warp. This could be super, super close. Also fun as well because the whole stream is 100 gigabytes at this point. Looks like Sam went way too quick to be killed by a pufferfish. Sasha just has to get back. That's all they have to do. That's it. And then that's the end of the game. But that doesn't mean it's over for Warped. Warped can still do this. In fact, they aren't a million miles away from getting to the Warp. And if they stall Crimson for a bit, then it's very possible. But my money is now on Crimson. I mean, obviously, the threat's been seen because Sam is now using what looks to be a crossbow, possibly the Star Striker, but that depends if they've got any ammo left. It's very intriguing as well that Sasha doesn't have any of the team with them. They are alone, being totally pummeled by arrows. It would be such a shame considering the fact of where they've gone. This could be very interesting. Deneth is back in the nether area, and then the problem is that Sasha is totally blocked. Totally blocked. There isn't really a way out of that. There are so many arrows coming out of the sand right now. But I believe the play of going through the back end of the other side might be the winner. They are going to have a problem though when they get to the edge, because there is no defense over here. There'll also be a point as well where they can't go any further. Sam is going back to defense then. We've also, doubly interestingly, we've got the purple wall on both teams. Both teams have the purple wall. This could be incredibly interesting. I expect this is going to go down to the wire now. whichever team survives this next few fights will win. Both teams have the wool. They just gotta get to the end. Now this is where it could be interesting because the whole of the warp team is actually with the wool bearer, whereas the Crimson team is further back. But we are in the end game now, though. It looks like Reese and Sasha are trying their best to hold the wall safe. Sam's lost. Other Sam is gone. There isn't much left. All they've got to do is get back, that's it. And intriguingly as well, Warped don't have any wool left. It's all in Crimson. They might have swapped the wool bearer as well. They might have given some wool to Reese. That would make sense for me. This could be a win for Crimson. Absolutely a win. I'm astonished considering how far back they were. I mean, they still have a lot to get through because they haven't taken out any monsters. There's too many mobs for them to deal with right now. And obviously they've got the problem of like Sam and Kristen as well. Sasha and Reese are still holding the fort. They've got to get a decent distance though. There's a long way to go back. You've got to go back all the way through the whole map. And the whole map isn't exactly a small thing. Because they've got to go back all the way from the end zone, all the way up to the start. And that's a lot of ground to cover. As little time as they can. And they're only stepping it one step at a time. Which means that Warped could still get back and get the wall. They're not actually in trouble yet. It's also intriguing as well because obviously there's different ways that they hold the wall. Because on the Crimson side, it seems like they just hold the wall and run for it. Whereas on the Warp side, they like to place it every few hundred blocks, and so they have a waypoint. And obviously, their plan at the moment is just to stall for as long as possible. Deneth is absolutely pouring down bolts. Sam's doing a really good job though, just holding them back, just while his team just get another wall, and hopefully they can sneak it past everyone. That's probably what's going for everything. Oh, that's a shame. Looks like Christian was just about to get the wall as well. They're gonna have to hold for a bit longer if Warped wants to win. Otherwise, it looks like it's Crimson to win for this one. Reese is being absolutely peppered by Sam. But Deneth is giving as much as he can. any covering bar is good covering bar, I believe. This is actually good for both teams, because both teams have a shot at this. Reese is gone. That means it's just Sasha left. And also, Warps has got a wall as well. Both teams have got wall again. They both just have to get back. I think Sasha's actually the wall bearer. I think they have the wall. I don't know. Reese did. I'm guessing Christian is carrying for the Warp team. Let's take a look. No, it looks like Sam. I'm guessing then they're just trying to make a safe path. All they need to do is pin Sasha down as long as they can. And that's seeming to work at the moment. They've got a very simple strategy here on the Crimson side. They're trying to make a way up, a safe way up, for Sasha to go through. Sam is very much pulling his own, considering there's 3 different archers going against him. Both teams still have that last wall and don't have much longer to go with that. I believe Sam's probably going to be taken out soon. There is a wall back over here in the stronghold. Is it a wall? Is it just a player? What's happening? This player up here. Does Christian have a wall? Do we think this is going to happen? Do we think there's a possibility? There is a long way for Christian to go, though. A long way. And it's also seeming as well like they've got an archer back in the Desert Temple for the Crimson side. So we're likely to have a standoff right at the end. Christian is just going for it. Absolutely gunning it. Probably been given all the fireworks the team has left. Christian doesn't have much further to go. Might even be able to do this in one swoop. We'll see what happens. But I think this is game.
Yo,
Hello.
so that was something.
That's quite amazing,
Just
actually.
having never used one before really changed up the game.
I think the most amazing thing about that was the fact that it was so close.
Yeah,
All the way through.
yeah, like Purple in Transit. I think the catch-up mechanics do work pretty well.
Yeah, definitely. Because, like, there were points where both of you were behind.
Yeah.
Right at the end there, it could have been anyone's game.
I mean, what I found most interesting was like the sort of the early game because they ended up without having gotten the first obsidian, whereas we took longer on the actual green wall.
Yeah.
So you know, I think I don't know how much that actually affected it in the end, but it was a.
I just found it amazing how you both had the will, and it looked like Crimson was actually winning at the end.
Yeah. To be fair, that's all down to Sam. Just absolutely just keeping them off the monument.
Yes.
But apparently there was three of them at the end, and he was just keeping them off it.
Yeah, it was quite,
And
quite
then,
amazing because
yeah, then Christian's just a lighter
Sam's
play.
goal obviously was at that point was just to hold them back.
Yeah, no, I'd say I you can see by the death numbers, I maybe was a slightly bit more of a aggressive pusher in terms of just the stupid hazards on the map. I think like between the three of us, we were really fucking we worked well together. Having done the last race for the world as well, the communication was a lot better, and I think that helped us.
Yes, certainly. Yeah.
Helped us massively because I know that's basically how my team we lost the last race. I think that's where we fell down was not enough communication.
Well, it's
whereas
it's one of those things that can make or break a game, can't it?
for sure, yeah, Christian and Sam. I mean, they were always on it, declaring what they were doing. It was fantastic.
I also thought it was really good how you guys had Sam out front quite a lot, just to like be like the scout and like make ways for you while you were collecting the other wolves.
Oh, for sure, yeah. No, we realised quite quickly that as much as like getting them all matters, getting back is the hardest part quite often.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
That's when you need the infrastructure, which Sam managed to build up for us, and I think that really helped us at points, especially with the I think the yellow wall. Yeah, the yellow wall, which I think I took back.
Well, that yellow wall was really hard. It took ages to get through the lava for both teams.
So tricky, yeah. I mean, I think that's the best way to do it, but you know, even looking at it now, I can't figure out a way other than just like block replacement that you can do that.
To be fair, I was looking through Spectator, and I'm not sure, apart from if you had like a potion, I don't think there's anything you could do.
Yeah, no, really interesting. It was tricky part. That was particularly tricky part.
I also love how I managed to do 4 deaths as well.
Yeah, that was quite impressive. I noticed that at the end.
Yes. Anyway, well played. That was really, really well done.
Yeah, no, thank you. But I've got to head out now.
Have a good one anyway.
That was a hell of a thing for the day. But
Don't worry, it was a hell of a thing for me as well.
Thank you so much for organising.
No worries at all.
That's been really cracking.
I
Thank
hope
you.
you enjoyed it and well played.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Alright, I'm going to leave too.
Okay.
Thank you for organizing all this. It was
No
really
worries
fun.
at all. Well, really well played.
Yeah,
I
cheers,
really
man.
liked the play you did at the end with the wall.
Thank you.
I don't know why they didn't fly.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like the elytras weren't there.
Yeah,
But
but it allowed me to just keep them there while Chris managed to zoom past,
yeah,
which was impressive.
it worked really well. Yeah, definitely. Especially considering there was that point where you had the wall and they actually knocked you out, and then they had the wall and didn't take it back.
Yeah. Oh, it's been a fun game.
Well played.
I'm not exploring half this map,
Thank you.
just looking around.
It's massive, isn't it? I mean, absolutely enormous.
So many like loot chests that I've missed.
I mean, it's like we had Willow in the stream, and she actually found like a couple of hidden chests.
Mhm.
And you're just like, are the kind of things you just never see.
Yeah.
Anyway, well played. Really good match.
Good game.
Thank
We'll
you.
see you for the next one.
See ya.
See ya. And I think that's it. So, goodbye, everyone.